Apology to Patricia Steer.
And we're live. Good evening, everyone. Sorry we kept you waiting so long.
Oh, I'm sure we have so many people waiting and listening. And I'm sure so many people will listen to
I
us
think it would
after
have
the
been
fact.
listed as, you know what I mean? It would have just had the countdown clock, I guess.
Do you think it did?
I'm not
Let me
sure.
see. Well, hello everyone, if anybody's listening. Looks like I'm going to become guilty by association once again. I am hanging out with an enemy to flat Earth humanity named Jim
Yes, the
Panda.
globe.
I don't know what it is. But I think that speaking to people you disagree with is healthy. I don't know. Might be. I didn't get any cake though, Jeremy.
I'm not just healthy, fun. Oh, that's okay. I ate your cake I ate it on
Oh,
your
okay.
It was very nice.
How far will Cathexsis lean before he falls over? That's funny. That's funny. Shout out Mr. B, my favorite heliocentric cultist nihilist.
Yay, Mr. B. Is Mr. B found?
Oh, we were just talking about your awesome setup. Yeah, I actually want to. How much have you spent on your telescopes and your camera equipment in the past year and a half because of flat Earth? I was talking about that with Jeremy privately. Oh, and that's funny. And who the fuck is Timmy Osman? But yeah, I do want to make it very clear. There's nothing wrong with speaking to people who you disagree with. People in this flat Earth community need to stop being so fucking weird about this kind of stuff. I'm being called. I've now been deceived by the dark side. Jimmy Jedi has said I've been deceived by the dark side. I'm now a powerful Jedi, now working with the dark forces. Dude, come on, man. Why would you say that? Just because I talked to you, Jim Panda. You see what you did?
Don't worry, Cap. There is no dark side or dark forces.
Well, there actually is, but I'm not calling upon Solomon's grimoires or anything.
You see how much less frightening my world is?
You see, and now you're getting it. You said earlier that that's why you think conspiracy theorists are like this, is because the world is too complex and frightening for them, so they have to come up with all these little stories to explain their reality to them. That's the normal metabunk answer.
But you've just come up with another way that you're frightened and I'm not.
No, not at all. What I'm saying is I think it's quite the opposite. I think people who refuse to look into conspiracy theories can't handle the possibility that there might be dark forces working behind the scenes against their best interests.
Well, I think that you're just projecting. And I think
I think that it's projection on your side.
You can't
I really do.
There aren't dark forces, that things happen around.
Oh, there are dark forces.
You need to re-exert control over your environment. So
no, there are dark forces, unfortunately. And if you look at history and walk away with thinking that there aren't any, then you're not reading enough books.
Well, now you're doing
this world
a bit of equivocation, aren't you?
No, history. If you look at history of humanity,
what precisely do we mean by dark forces? Because we seem to have.
What I mean is by
demonic presence to.
I don't mean demonic. I'm not
unsavory characters in history.
No. Yeah, I'm not talking about fallen angels or some shit. I'm talking about, I don't know, let's say the 110 million human souls that have been lost in the 1900s due to world wars and conflicts. I'm talking about pushing humanity to do things that they shouldn't do, to hurt each other and to hurt themselves. That's what dark forces are. And it's still going on. Look at how many brown people have been killed in the Middle East in the past 15 years. Over 2.5 million. Those are the dark forces, I mean. You know they exist.
Right. Okay.
And I'm not saying you when I say this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I know that you're a reasonable man, but the anti-conspiracy crowd. See, you'll actually listen to them. You may
How
disagree with them at the
how
end
on
of the day.
earth did we get 10 viewers straight away?
Oh, it's because I'm here. I'm
Oh
top
yeah.
brass. But
And
think
for
about it.
asking the question, who the fuck is Timmy Osman?
See, and if you think about it, you'll entertain the ideas. You'll listen to me. You'll research it, even if you have a confirmation bias that you're trying to confirm, just like we all do. But even if yours is trying to side with what the mainstream says, it's still fine because you're still looking at it. You still are knowledgeable. You're not afraid of them. Unlike, let's say, like people in that Reds rhetoric crew, or just people who are outward, conspiracy nuts, man. You can't take anything they say seriously. Well, you actually do seem to take it seriously, and you just try to
Yeah.
debunk them, you know?
Yeah, I do take it seriously. Yeah.
And you should. You should. So that's my whole point: is that there are people who are afraid to even look into this stuff, which is usually the mainstream and the anti-conspiracy crowd. Oh, so it looks like Mr. B said he's spent about $6,000 on astronomy and optical equipment since the flat Earth has come around. I said 8 earlier, but 6. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. You got some good equipment. I'm envious.
So
I'm surprised you haven't figured out that space is water yet, though. It's weird.
I took your wrench away, Mr. B. I think is that what you wanted me to do? Have I understood that? Normally people
Mr. B doesn't like responsibilities of that kind.
Ah, right. Cool, fair enough. Are you coming in, Chris?
Yeah, we're running out of things to talk about.
Yeah. Yes, I had a fresh cream Swiss roll with strawberry jam.
Damn.
On your behalf.
Yeah, I'm sure your liver will thank you later.
It was nice.
Yeah, that sounds good. Did you eat a whole fucking apple pie last night, though?
Yeah, I did it. Well, kind of.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't, not really, actually. I kind of ate in the middle of it.
You know how much sugar I've had in the past 2 weeks?
How much?
About 30 grams of carbohydrate sugars.
Oh, I probably had that in the last hour.
In the last 5 minutes, I think. Yeah. Sugar's bad for us, man.
Is there a new Dr. Zach thing, Mr. B?
Yeah, he came up with funny enough about the eclipse, similar to what Antonio's trying to say, I think. I couldn't watch it. Once he got into his whole AutoCAD shit, kind of went over my head. And yeah, I just kind of tune out when
Because
numbers and shit come up.
They both seem to be backing away from it. Like, I heard Hillbilly the other day on Pete's channel going, oh, I don't know why Antonio's dragged me into his argument anyway. So it seemed like he at least wasn't enjoying it anymore as much as he was previously. So he seemed to be saying
what
it was Antonio's
their main
argument.
point is that with the claimed position is going to give us a different place to see it. Like what is their argument?
That their argument is that if you calculate it according to the heliocentric model, then you then the shadow of the moon should move east to west, not west to east.
Drop a beat. I'm gonna put a beat to that, dude.
So,
you got to give credit. Sly Sparkane made a fucking amazing hip hop beat.
Oh,
with that.
it's so cool, isn't it?
It was really good. But no. So what Mr. Zach is saying is different. He's not saying anything about the actual direction of the shadow. He's saying the position of it at specific times and such. And he's using AutoCAD with exact proportions
Right.
But
Well, I mean, that's what Hillbilly hadn't done. And basically, they'd calculated it as if, I guess it's, Mr. B might correct me, but as I understand it, they calculated it as if the moon orbited at the Earth's surface, essentially.
I see.
You know
Oh,
what I mean?
Mr. B,
They'd
are you
calculated
banned?
it on the degrees of motion, but they'd calculated that as movement around the Earth rather than movement of the moon around its orbit.
Mr. B, are you banned from Poncho Chan, by the way? I'm just curious. I know that Poncho loves you, but he's also mad at heliocentrists. You like how I've
Yeah.
done that? I've used the word globalist and heliocentrist and turned them into titles to be called. Have you noticed that's happened over the past year?
Yeah.
I've done that. That was me. I'm serious. I've been saying it, especially globalist Rob Taylor. You remember good old Rob?
Yeah.
He used to get so mad at me for saying globalist
Well, I think you
because
should, because it
he's
has another meaning, doesn't it?
oh yes it does, and that's the fucking point. I'm sure you know. Because those are the people who do push the globe are the people who are globalists. They want this one world government type
No,
system.
no, no. It's about global. It means that it's talking about global trade. Well, possibly about global government, but
You could promote a globe and be a
it's
globalist
not
too.
about. It's not about the shape of the Earth in any way, is it?
Delqua gets it. Del gets it. But
No,
anyways, Rob
you
Taylor
guys
got very
always
mad at me.
assign new meanings to these things.
Well, he got very mad at me for that, and he also got very mad that when I was talking about like Freemason information or Hermetic information or whatever, I would say unwashed masses
Right.
or the profane, which is that is the term that the adept Freemasons use when talking about the public. I'm not saying that, but he yeah. Rob Taylor had a lot of problems with a lot of people,
Yeah, he's a
but
funny
yeah,
lad.
he's a funny character. Yeah, Delquad just said
I
it. You
like it.
can't have a globe without globalists.
Are you coming in, Dal? Do you want to come in? You can never find Dal's bloody. Never find him to.
Yes, Del, come speak with the enemy. Jim Panda. Apparently, you can't speak to people who disagree with you in today's YouTube community, or else you become dark sided.
Let me see if he comes
I
up.
don't, I don't think Patricia Steer has read my comment. I might have to send her the comment privately. Yeah, Mr. B, you should go look at the video we did last night on Specs channel. Uh, I said something last night where Patricia could have taken wrong, and I think she's mad at me right now. She wrote a long comment, kind of funny. Um, but yeah, I thought that was. Who would have thought Patricia was sitting there, listening to the hangout. Oh, shout out to P Mars.
It's one of our questions tonight.
What's that?
Only queers and steers come out of Manchester. True or false?
I would say queers from Manchester, steers from steers from Manchester,
Antonio,
queers from Nottingham.
queer and the steer.
Oh, I get you. Queers and steers. Great.
I know.
No, Mr. B, let me tell you quickly what it was that I had said. We were talking about as if flat Earth if flat Earth be a psyop, right? This is where we were offline at first, and we were all kind of talking, how could it be a psyop, and what are the elements of it and stuff like that. So I decided to engage with it, and I said the only show that I really see as being the most dangerous is Patricia Steer's show. And then I even gave a disclaimer and said, but I think that she's a lovely person. I've talked to her. I don't think this is the case. But if you think about it from a COINTELPRO perspective, you're collecting up 150 of the most vocal people in flat Earth. You're getting their political, religious, social, economic, governmental views on everything right there, and you have like a dossier. You have like a, that to me, if you want to go conspiratorial on it, that could be a dangerous thing.
Kat,
And
just to point out, you're saying the same thing again.
but that's what I'm trying to make clear is
Well,
that
I think you're.
I said this.
Supposed to unsay it.
No, I'm not. I don't need to apologize or unsay it. I need to clarify because obviously I didn't clarify my position well enough. I was not saying that that's what it is. I'm saying that in the context of a psyop, it would be dangerous in that regard if you want to go conspiratorial on it. But I don't think that's what it is at the end of the day. I think she's a nice lady interviewing nice people. So I said that, and Patricia's here. She seemed to have gotten offended. So, but yeah, Mr. B, you know what I'm saying. You've been in the conspiracy crowd a while. That's exactly what COINTELPRO did. They wrote up all these dossiers, and what they're looking for is leadership qualities. They're looking to find the leaders and then damage them in some way, ruin their life in some way, kill them, whatever. That's what COINTELPRO did to the black community back in the 60s and 70s.
Kat, you're one of us now. One of
No. One of us. Google gobble. That's a classic movie, man. So yeah, it was I didn't mean to offend her. I really didn't. I didn't mean for her to think that I think that, but I think she kind of went away thinking that. Also, Jibby Jedi seems to hate me now. He says that I'm working for the Dark Forces. I'm a powerful Jedi.
You gotta pick a side, mate.
I'm not picking a side, dude. I'm firmly in the middle of this bitch.
They're on the fence. Someone will just knock you off.
It's not on a fence. It's on a pedestal, bitch. That's what Tim did. Remember, dethroned Cathexsis? He really throned me. Oh, that sounds weird. But yeah, he really put me on this pedestal here. But hey, Chris Truseeker, Delqua, Mark Taylor, anybody who's coming in, who's not? What's going on here?
Yeah, Kat and I are bored of each other.
Yeah, we've been talking for like an hour already. We were even getting in very exciting topics like the nature of our local recycling programs and the difference between the America and the UK. That's how exciting it was earlier.
And what type of bearings are on GT5 spacesuits?
That one I still want to see your answer to, but oh yeah, what else we got out here? I saw Mr. B on Hangout once. I didn't hear him, but I saw him. I think it was on Free Channel like 3-4 weeks ago, where I could have sworn I saw his icon up there. But now in retrospect, I'm thinking it could have been Poncho using his icon. Because he does all those weird drawings and stuff.
Welcome, a Flash bastard.
Flash, jump in here?
No.
Oh, it's Chris. Yeah. Oh, hey, Chris.
Hello. Here's Chris. Hi, Chris.
How are you?
Welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing?
All right, mate. Not bad.
Doing well, brother.
Long day. Should not be doing this at all.
Oh, take an Adderall or some shit.
I already took 4 aspirins.
4? Jeez.
Yeah, I like the little buzz it gives me when I take 4.
What the fuck? I don't think those are aspirins, man. They might be something else.
No, they're aspirins.
Definitely thin your blood and it gives you a buzz.
Yeah, a little buzz, yeah.
Are they soluble?
Yeah, solubles, yeah.
What? Was there codeine in it or some shit?
There might be a bit of codeine in. Hang on, let me have a look.
Okay, if codeine's in there, then sure, take 4.
Oh,
but
aspirin, paracetamol, and caffeine.
Oh.
You're talking about Excedrin. There's no way. The caffeine's giving you the buzz. The rest of it's fucking...
That sounds absolutely great, doesn't it?
The caffeine's giving your buzz. Then the...
Oh, no, I've taken just generic aspirin before and got a little buzz off it.
You're a madman.
A little sort of, I don't know whether you call it a buzz, but I don't know, a definite some sort of heady
You
feel
haven't.
of
I
it.
thought you've done a lot of drugs in your life.
Oh, I have. I haven't done
Okay.
great varieties of drugs, actually. I've done, you know, lots of weed, mushrooms,
Well,
MDMA.
you've done MDMA. You've done
Um,
mescaline, never.
no,
What about you've done LSD, right?
no, I've
What?
never done it. Never done LSD.
Oh, well, you've done mushrooms. That's
Just
enough.
never had the opportunity. Yeah, but I've done mushrooms in big quantities as well.
Nice. You would think that you would. You know what? That's probably why you are more like have your foot in the conspiracy realm than most other people. You know that, right? Like you,
Could be, yeah.
I find that people
Kind of buy that.
who have done a lot of psychedelics are a lot more open for this type of thinking, like thinking differently about subjects.
Yeah.
So it might be why you're even here, because those mushrooms could have really. You should do you should do it again. You should take go down to like South America and do like a mushroom trip or
Well, I did. Couple of how long ago would it be now? It must be about 7 years ago now. I went to Amsterdam and did some.
oh yeah, you guys
Um,
got the truffles out there too and shit.
yeah, it wasn't. Eh,
Are you
it was
talking when you say
okay, you know.
mushrooms? You mean like which ones? You talking about
Well, in the
psilocybin or are you talking
UK,
about?
it's Liberty Caps. So
Oh, the Liberty caps. Okay.
right, but you can't really buy Liberty Caps. Apparently, you know, I looked in this Amsterdam guide, and there was like one shop that did have Liberty Caps, but when we went there, they didn't. So
Now, don't you have Fly Garrick up there?
Yes,
yeah, we do. Yeah, but
but
generally,
What's better?
it's
it's
What's
dangerous.
generally
better?
Liberty Caps that people take.
Fly Garrick
But what's
is
better?
dangerous to mess about with because you can very easily poison yourself.
Well, isn't that because doesn't it possess an MAOI inhibitor within it? Or is there, I'm trying to think how can you poison yourself with, oh, it has to be dried out, right?
I'm not sure. I've never picked any,
Here we
taken
are.
any.
How to safely eat. Okay. But the point I'm trying to make is if is there a difference between the experience you would have with Fly Garrick versus Liberty versus what?
Right. Well, I think I mean in Amsterdam, generally speaking, they've got 3 or 4 types of mushrooms. They've got Mexican, Colombian, and Hawaiian, and they're in that order in strength. I think I know Hawaiian's the strongest anyway. Supposedly,
Well,
I think.
Liberty caps look just like the ones that we get here. Well, they look similar, but they're not.
Right.
Mine just might be called psilocybin.
They're the same. Liberty Cap and psilocybin are the same.
Okay, yeah, that's what we get here in Florida. And oh wait, we get the psilocybe mexicanas too. It looks like they look familiar.
Or Liberty Cap is a strain of psilocybin. So
Funguses are crazy, man.
P Mars
Have
has
you?
joined us. Hello, P
Speaking
Mars.
of fungus, what's up, P Mars?
I added you spec as well. Sorry, mate, I forgot. I was trying to think who I should add.
What's up, P Mars? What you doing, man?
Hi, Pimo.
Just grinding.
Word. Who's the lucky girl that you grinded on?
Patricia Steer.
Oh man, but yeah, mushrooms are great, man. I really think that I think that they're the healthiest thing a human can do if they
Not 200
wanna,
though.
huh?
They can be, but not 200. That isn't very healthy. Well,
200,
yeah,
200 events or 200 at a time.
at a time.
That's a bit excessive, sure.
Yeah, I think that's. Sorry, carry on.
Supposedly, acid is one of the least toxic things you can do.
It is because it's such a minute amount. It's not much whatsoever. It's I use, and all it does is it increases the communication between your two hemispheres by virtue of serotonin. And if you look at brain scans of people on LSD or mushrooms, it shows both hemispheres lighting up in ways that don't. So that's why I think it's good. It's expanding your consciousness and allowing you to think differently about things.
It does. You can OD on it though. Like,
They can. They
yeah,
can.
you can take so much you like fucking go psychotic and shit.
Yeah, but it's not OD. You can hurt yourself. Is probably the best way to put it. OD means you can die, typically, but you can't hurt yourself physically like that. But mentally, you can hurt yourself.
I think like people lose their minds like permanently though if you do like
No,
some obscene amount.
I had a friend wear a whole vial drip down his leg. It opened up in his pocket, and he was gone for 3 days, man. And I mean, you always hear stories of like the guy who thinks he's a glass of orange juice because he did too much LSD in the 70s, and like when I grew up, I heard these stories, these folk tales and myths and whatnot about people eating too much acid. But I've eaten back. It's been a long time, but when I was 19, 20 years old, I was in the rave scene and I was eating 10 strips like they were like kids were eating one hit or two hits. I'd eat 40 by the time the weekend was over sometimes. But that was me, and I knew how to control it. A lot of people can't handle even 2 hits. Don't shout out the Captain Bullshit.
Hey,
Looks like we've got man, he's such a great critical thinker who is able to, really think for himself and be honest with his views in a very respectful way. That's what I love about this guy.
Come on, he's called
Love
Captain Bullshit. I mean, you can't get much more honest than that.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's telling you his position in his name.
It's true. It's true. But yeah, I think LSD is perfectly fine.
Can you send Spec the link?
Me? Yeah,
Can't
sure.
Connect with me.
Let me see if I can get it.
Because he's ignoring me, or block me, or
Do you
something
Spec?
like that.
I doubt that, but he might have. On X. And let's see. Spec, I'm gonna send you the link. Tell me if the link works. If not, I can get you in another way. I'll add you to a call. Yeah, you don't know how to add people to the call? Or you just didn't have him?
I added him. I added him as well.
No. Huh. Well, turn on for link. Here, let me turn on for link sharing. Here, might be the better link. Do this one. Shit. The one I just sent multiple times to. That'll work. Anyways.
Captain Bullshit saying, I sniff out your bullshit from England, Kathy, you bastard.
Oh, he's got me. Captain Bullshit's got me. Well, I'm not out here to make enemies with people. So I see your major grievances with John from best of my abilities to see that. But I don't know. You could be a scientism fanboy who wants to be a cuck for the mainstream like Jeremy, but I don't know. Oh shit! Did I say that out loud?
Do you think NASA might take me on?
Is that what you're shooting for? Like, really? Are you like working towards a job at NASA?
I don't think I can compete with Amy Shearer title, can I?
You could have a lead propagandist title.
Because she's so lovely. Amy Shearer title is like the
Amy Shearer title?
Yeah, she's like the NASA girl. Well, she's not NASA, actually. Well, she kind of is.
Shearer title. What a weird name. Her name is Amy Shearer title.
She's a space geek. Vintage Space, her channel's called.
Oh, gosh.
I think I know who you mean.
She is actually... Yeah, dude.
Yeah, she's nice, isn't she?
She's quite lovely.
She's older than she looks, though, isn't she?
Even better for me, Chris.
Oh yeah.
No, she's lovely. Now you can tell that she has her off days, but when she's done up quite nicely, she looks like just a regular girl. I would say girl next door type thing.
Oh, she's written a book.
She's lovely,
I bet she's
but
got-
she knows space is.
Of gravity.
I see, but she does know that space is fake. I mean, you do know that, right?
She's like a space historian. In fact, she's probably the world's leading expert on the Gemini program.
Well, she knows that space is fake. You know that, right?
Of course it is. Of course.
And she
Fake
knows
space.
that it is.
That's such a reasonable idea. Of course.
We can't get out. Just saying, we're trapped in here together.
Captain Bullshit doesn't like you.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm going to have to dump you as a friend because you're just too unpopular.
Well, yeah, me? Come on. I'm the one getting shit for fucking talking to you guys.
It's good, isn't it? 'Cause you've gone overnight. You've gone from being universally popular to universally unpopular.
No, it's not universal. There's only like 2 or 3 people who are taking this stance against
Yeah,
me.
don't worry, Kay. It won't last long. They're fickle folk. You know, just say something.
Hey, I've got 1,000 subs. That's
Say
1,000
something.
people who like me.
That's it. All you need. Have a hangout. Say a bit of retarded shit for an hour. That'll be your mate again.
Just say,
Wow.
where's the curvature? And they'll
Yeah,
like you.
yeah. Where's the curvature? In that strange voice that I've never actually
So-
heard the original version of.
Where's the curvature? Yeah, he's that's Zibron.
How is it?
But Captain Bullshit, okay, I would like to make this clear. I have John on my show because he is pointing out your religion of materialism. I agree with him on those premises, and he is not trying to prove his worldview. Okay? I give him a platform because his science is accurate. His conclusions I agree with. So to sit here and say that I'm a blatant liar is absolutely ridiculous. I've been 100% honest. You just don't like the conclusions that I'm coming to. So you
No.
could fuck right off.
Can I
Jim,
just point out? Sorry, people.
No, you're
Won't be
good.
a sec. If anyone would like to join in, please feel free. Ask for the link in the chat, and I will send it to you. There are 19 people. Oh no, there are 18 people watching. We're losing
20
viewers.
now. No,
As
we're up
I
to
speak.
20.
Oh yeah, we're back up to 20. So there's plenty of people around. So if you want to join, please feel free to join. I mean, these fuckers are boring as shit. So
Pretty much. No, what were you going to say, P. Mars?
some of you guys don't get in here. It's going to be bad.
I wanted to ask Jim a question because
Go ahead.
I'd watched a little bit of John on the show with Cathexsis, and it felt like to me it's not like his science is necessarily wrong or whatever. I wouldn't dispute that, but like he seems to jump to conclusions based off what he finds. Did you get that feeling at all? Is that just me?
I haven't watched him at length, but I think that he is being too strict in his definition of science, and I think he dumps
Yeah, I agree with that.
science and says it's not science because it doesn't meet these criteria, and I don't think anyone else apart from him.
He's a science fundamentalist, is probably the best way to put it. Now, I hear what you're saying, P. Mars, and I understand how that you could come to that conclusion. But if you look at the depth of the work, he's trying to do a brief an outline of some of the key elements that has led him to those conclusions, right? So he may not be putting in all the pieces of that puzzle or all the steps to that ladder in his presentations, because if you look at the amount of work that he has, it's mind-boggling. He has hundreds of these presentations on a variety of very complicated subjects, and he does his work, man. He really does. But I get where you're coming from. He is coming from a Christian worldview, but from my best evidence, everything I've seen and talked to him privately with, it doesn't seem like he's trying to prove the Christian worldview. He's trying to disprove the dogma, and the religion of materialism, which is the mainstream view of how the world works. So, but I get your grievance, sure.
Right, I've added a shitload of people. Go ahead and
Oh,
add.
great. You added Richard Garnash?
Yeah, I like Richard.
I like Richard too, but I also...
I watched a show today about the Thailand snake police that he was on about. I thought it was quite funny.
Did you really?
He never finished telling me about his $50,000 car. I want to hear more about that, and that'll be the first thing.
Know.
The first thing that I ask him when he joins, if he joins.
Yeah, I noticed.
I can't wait.
Last time, Chris.
Well, you saw what happened when he joined last time with me. I said, "Oh, can we hear more about your car?" And he's like, "Yeah, I guess I did go on about that a bit." And I was like, "Yeah, you completely did. What are you doing with your life?" And as soon as I said that, he fucking quit. He's like, "That's a good question. What am I doing with my life?" All right, bye guys.
Yeah. I hate it when he does that. I really, I feel like I've really.
He's a funny guy, but he's a bit morally reprehensible at times.
Yeah, but it's all an act.
Think so?
Well,
he does have a Thai wife, and he is quite wealthy. How else do you think he got that money?
I mean, when he says, things like, we should murder all the children because they annoy me, or, you know what I mean?
He's just a troll. He tries. He keeps searching for things. He keeps saying repugnant things until he finally makes someone.
That is true.
Ethically, he tries to ethically trigger people.
Yeah, that's what
he was talking about eugenics. He's talking about getting rid of all the dumb non-providers.
Yeah,
he's like, I can't wait for the robots to come because all these pieces of shit don't offer anything to society. We're gonna kill them off, and and he says it so casually, it triggers so many people.
Yeah. It's hilarious when he says that shit. I just piss myself. I'm just saying, it's so funny.
I think it's funny like once in a while, but it's like I don't know. I think I'm just like I've had my fill of it or whatever.
Well, he just thrown on a little bit, doesn't he? But I think he tries not to be fair. I think if you remind him, he shuts up for a bit.
Yeah, I don't I do suspect he's a troll. I don't dislike him. And it's funny, though, I've trolled him really effectively like 3 or 4 times already, where he sniped me the first time when I was on debates, and he didn't do that to anybody else. Like, I hit a nerve with him to talk about his mail order bride. And then he's in Thailand. My dad's in the Navy. I know why Navy men go to Thailand, okay? I know why they have Thai wives.
You've heard his story, though, of how they met, have you?
Yeah, he met her on the internet. So it could be a mail order bride.
Well, no, that isn't how it happened, is it?
No, I know how it happened. I was just fucking with the guy.
Something, and
I'm just, that's the story.
Came of it, and then she came and found him or something 2 years later.
Well, sure. But the joke was, and he's well aware of that joke, of Navy men going back to Thailand for these, mail order brides. But then you have also, I triggered him on that level. I triggered him on his car when he left, when I asked him what he was doing with his life. Oh, and then I did a full presentation of Dick Earth to him, and he kept calling him Dickie Garnish, and I had my Dick Earth account, and he didn't like that very much. It was kind of funny. Yeah, but I got nothing against him. But he's a troll, and I'll definitely troll a troll.
Fair dinkum. All's fair in love and war.
Here's a headline Richard Garnash would be into. Women knit pussy hats for rally after Trump inauguration. Too bad he's not here. I don't even want to know what that fucking headlines do.
Excuse me, I'm tired.
Check this out. So I'm looking at the thread that Patricia Steer had said that, about me or whatever. And you know,
Oh,
Muscle
God.
Car Rock.
Yes, flat
You
Earth
know, Muscle
drama.
Car Rock Lever.
Yeah.
You know who he is? He says, "Dear Patty, I think Ed Upside Down Head is a horrible bastard. In fact, I strongly believe him and Jed actually shot Bambi's mom. See his latest video. Patty in the hateful comments. Incidentally, I picture you completely different to the femme fatale slinky character you would love others to imagine you. Your friend Omni grassed you up on the LSC hangout." And that's all he put. But yeah, that whole, I think Jed and shot Bambi's mom. That's funny. So Patty, if you're listening, I didn't mean it in a negative way. Come on. Jibby, if you're listening, I'm not on the dark side, dude.
So, Jed's been making videos where he kind of laughs at all the flat Earth drama, and now everyone hates him a lot.
Basically.
Nice.
That's basically it. Yeah, but Jed's been a troll from the beginning and nobody's picked up on it. And no, seriously, I don't think he'd disagree with me on this.
Right.
His channel is deemed as satire. And he's kind of, what he did was immediately when he got into the flat Earth community, what did he do? He attacked Globebusters, which gave him notoriety off the bat, and he was just trolling the shit out of everybody. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't want any truth, but I think he's getting a kick out of all this. I mean, it's kind of funny, you know, when you get people riled up over things.
Right.
That's what internet trolls do.
I liked his videos because I had missed a lot of like what has happened in flat Earth, so it's like he did a good roundup and caught me up to speed.
He was like the TMZ of flat Earth, I think.
Exactly. I love TMZ news.
Oh, and just quickly, Captain Bullshit, do you think I'm a flat earther? I just want to see what you think about that because I try to make it clear at every turn that I'm not.
Also, I noticed something. I kind of watch I like anime a little bit, so I watched some anime
You mean hentai?
videos. YouTube, no,
I'm
tentacle
just
porn.
playing.
But I noticed like within an anime, the YouTube community, there's lots of like drama, just like flat Earth, like where they make hate videos about each other and so did this, and
Yeah.
I guess it's just like all these online communities behave this way or something. I don't know if that's
Pretty
by design
much.
or is that maybe it's just human nature.
That's human nature to click up and to, you know, form little groups and attack each other. Same with high school with the jocks and the, you know,
So
the nerds.
yeah, I suppose a lot of these people, just because they have this knowledge about conspiracies being, true, doesn't mean they're really emotionally developed or mature because they still act like high school cliques, even though they're taught, they're supposed to be, oh, I woke up or whatever, but they still act sort of like everyone else does. They haven't really advanced much then.
Yeah. And that's why I like seeing like the spirituality community, like the New Age community. There's so much ego in these communities that it's just ironic and funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm worse than a flat earther. Captain Bullshit thinks I'm worse than a flat earther.
What up?
If
Hey,
I
what's up,
nod
dude?
off, guys, feel free to mute me. Let me make some moderators.
No, we're gonna keep it running while you snore, and
We're going to say things really quietly to try and influence your dreams, but they're going to be really weird.
right.
Sorry, I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, that's pretty dark, Chris. But yeah, good idea.
I think it's called. Isn't it called osmosis? It's
That'd
like
be
a
sweet
real.
if we could brainwash him to be a flat earther when
That'd be funny. It certainly would. But yeah, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a flat earth apologist. I like the arguments. I think they're fun to think about. I think it's fun to think about our cosmology differently than what you're prescribed. So quit being a cuck for the mainstream Captain bullshit.
Okay,
Anyways,
you're all moderators. So,
all right.
if I nod, just get rid of me. No, don't get rid of me. That'll let them hang out.
Yeah, we'll just mute you, bro. Don't worry about it. What time is it over there right now?
It is 2:37 a.m.
Oh, that's early.
I know.
We have PMARS too.
My browser crashed.
We've got like a stereo PMARS.
That picture with your NASA helmet on.
It's kind of serendipitous that I got into flat Earth research because I made this like a year before I did.
That's funny. All right, so let's pick a topic. How about how Spec is an enemy to humanity for speaking with Tim Osman and Jim Panda?
I think that's what he wants to talk about.
That's how it is now.
What's that?
Are you fully banned from Poncho Chan now?
No, I still got a wrench over there, but yeah,
they were hating.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then they got a few folks over there that are, fueling the fires, so to speak.
Yeah. God knows what they're saying about me at this point. I haven't even poked my head in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's just a weird thing to happen, especially after, you make some relationships over there and so forth, and then they just kind of get thrown away due to paranoia.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they actually are. This is what I'm starting to see now, and I don't remember if I talked about this last night or not, but where the flat Earth community is more less inclusive, and I'm seeing posts, and this is everywhere. This isn't just at one certain channel, but where they're saying, you're either with us or against us, and I'm not even going to bother with Globers anymore, or you know what I mean? And when that started happening, that's when I started reaching out,
Yeah. Well, that's my whole thing is if you don't talk to people who disagree with you, then you're never going to be able to, challenge your own ideas and think differently about things. And if you build an echo chamber, there's really no benefit in it outside of maybe a warm-hearted social thing.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's
it
totally...
is. There's a time and place for it. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you're moving against your own agenda. I mean, you're supposed to be waking people up. That's why people say they do what they do. I want to wake people up, but if you're not inclusive, well, you're not going to be able to reach anybody.
It kind of reminds me of this actress, Leah Remini. She's on, I think, King of Queens, the wife. She was Scientologist.
Scientology.
She broke free, and she's been doing this A&E show, and I watched all of it. And a common theme I saw, I mean, obviously, I think we can agree it's a cult. And what they would do is they have this list of subversive people or something that they deem enemies.
It's called fair game. Yeah, it's called fair game to do whatever they want to them.
If like you're in Scientology and your family's in Scientology and you do something to piss off the church, they could put you on this list, and then they make the whole family, they call it disconnect. Mm-hmm. So it's like they make like fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters like cut off all communications just because they don't believe the same thing or whatever. They're an enemy of the cult. And that's really fucked up. Like shouldn't unless you're like, I don't know, associating with like really disgusting like perverts or like it shouldn't really matter who you associate with, unless it's like Hillary Clinton or something. Then I might have a problem with that. But
that's my problem, is because it has become a religion, and I don't prescribe to any religion.
Yeah, well, I say a belief system. I mean, you could argue, I suppose, for religion, but I think what it is, and this goes for the Glovers too, is that, what we know outside of our basic primary knowledge is that we know it's flat in that context, like we only experience that. But past that convergence point of our eyes, we're not able to verify if it's a globe or verify if it's fully flat or concave, whatever. So it's a belief system at that point. You believe the Earth is a globe, and adversely, they believe the Earth is flat at this point. Now, if it becomes heavily dogmatic and an echo chamber forms, there is danger that it could become religious.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's there yet, and I don't think it's cult-like either. I think, and I'm not talking about Poncho or anything like that. I'm talking about anybody who would happen to do this, because in the past 2 years we've seen these little type of offshoots form, and then become inclusive, and then they have their inner strife, and it all breaks up. I've seen it happen on numerous occasions. So
yeah, and that's a group dynamics. I mean, it has a life cycle. All group dynamics follow the same life cycle. I don't know them offhand, but it does go to a fringe group getting together, like-minded, having purpose and a goal, and then splintering, then infighting, and then what is it called, where it dissolves and it becomes something else, but it's still the same fucking core people.
yeah,
It's
weird. It's just kind of the nature of it's a human thing, honestly. It's a human problem, what we're observing, and we're just looking at one small segment of what we call a flat earth community, but it's not. It's really just content creators who are willing to speak with one another. So we do these hangouts, or and that's why Free Channel was so unique, is because there wasn't this 24-hour thing going. I mean, Sensi started up for just a week, and then we took over and did Free Channel, and it gave people an outlet to talk to people who are like-minded. But in the beginning, it was we had Zysis and Negator and every one of the dissenters, Jim Panda, everyone, and we had good conversation. But over time, each one of them got banned, and it became more and more of an echo chamber. And that's when I stepped away from it, because I'm coming out here to have my ideas challenged, and you can't really do that in that situation. But it's just a human problem that people click up and make enemies out of each other, and it's sad, but we're so divided in that regard.
Yeah, this is something I tried to touch upon months ago, about a subject matter like where we are inherently, and the question of our reality, our environment, bringing older world kind of mentalities to it, behaviors. And I tried to touch upon this by saying something along the lines of, you be careful that you don't drag the subject matter at hand down to a mentality level where it doesn't deserve to be, because it's only going to do a disservice to progression within the field, to finding some real positive change or outcome, or answering some questions. And I feel that that hasn't been addressed, to be honest. I think that's what goes on, is that a lot of the kind of lower mentality behavior has been displayed amongst some of the community, and it just drags the subject matter down, unfortunately.
I think that's what Hangouts did, is that at first it was, where you could discuss, all the stuff that you've seen in other actual videos and content. And then I think they ran out of shit to discuss because people were in Hangouts and not creating new content.
Yeah, yeah, the content stopped essentially. But you know, the whole flat Earth thing is there's only so much you can comment on. You know, there's a lot of stuff, but I think that that's a natural, organic thing. That there was this huge surge in people, you know, asking this question, that question, pointing this out, that out, and then once the material was there, there's no need to keep remaking it. You know, like right now there are 14.5 million hits if you search flat Earth by date. Okay, that's a lot of videos to share, a lot of videos to watch, a lot of videos to deal with. So I don't think what I think is it was natural that it stopped, because it stopped about 7 months ago, where it used to be every day you could type in flat Earth and you could find at least 10 videos that were new and worth watching. And over the course of the past 8 months, that's slowed to a halt, except Quasi-Luminous. He's doing like 10 videos a day. But with the Hangouts, it gave us a way to reach out and, you know, talk to like-minded people. So there's a tremendous benefit in it, but you know.
Yeah,
Right
I'm
now it's
over it,
stationary.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think I'm over it now. Unless they come out with some new stuff, I mean, I'll still check it out and I'll still discuss it here and there, but I'm not actively seeking it out as my, you know, number one school of thought. You know, I'm going to start doing some. It's funny because this flat Earth stuff brought up a lot of different subject matters that I'm interested in, like social dynamics, like logic and reasoning, like fallacy and stuff like that. And you realize how many folks don't realize, you know, basic logic, basic, you know, arguments and decision structures and stuff like that. So that's where I'm going to start doing my content.
Yeah, I'm actually shifting gears myself to get more into cosmology, get more into esoteric stuff. Like I'm going to be putting up more research on Hermeticism, and just that's where it's put me through all this. And but it's crazy. There's a whole range of topics that you can. Once you ask that question, well, is the Earth flat? How can I prove it for myself? You're going to have to go back and learn trigonometry, learn what geodesy is, learn how planar surveying works, understand, you know, Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, just to kind of get your head around that question itself. But then it opens up history, it opens up esoteric schools, it opens up all of these things, metaphysics, you know, the nature of the cosmos. That's what we're exploring here. We're all trying to find out what this is that we are experiencing. What is this reality? What is space? Why is this Earth here? What the fuck are we doing on it? You know, that's something that most people don't ask in public very much. I mean, seriously, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Why are we here having this conversation? What the fuck is that?
Well, people don't care. They're more concerned about, you know, taking a picture of their lunch and posting it on Facebook.
They're going from stimuli to stimuli to stimuli, and it's been manufactured, though, you know.
Yeah.
And I think so. I'm torn on that. Like, it has been manufactured, so I do have sympathy for it. But at the same time, it requires each individual to be able to see it for themselves. You know, and I think that's the whole thing about the Freemasons. Their entire, you know, they call the masses, the unwashed masses, the profane. And I mean, this has always been the case. You know, even to whatever amount it's been manufactured in current society, it has been here. There's always been the masses in that context. So the Freemasons, they hide the secrets and the knowledge and carry it down, and it's only there for the people who are willing to seek it. So is there going to be a wake up? Can there be a wake up? I don't think that there's how this this realm works anymore.
Mm-mm.
I think it's only for the seekers.
Yeah, and you got to think too. The only way that you question those things are when you're alone. You know what I mean? And people are never alone now. I mean, they're the transhumanism has happened. We're connected to our phones. We're stuck in this digital world. Maybe my body's not there, but my mind sure is.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we are. You're right. The phone. You ever left your house on accident, keeping your phone? Leaving your phone, and yeah, every person I've ever seen that happen to, like, oh shit, I got to go back. I left my phone. We have it permanently in our pocket and connected to it nonstop, and you see it everywhere. We are connected to it now. That is, yeah, you're right. That is a form of transhumanism. It's early transhumanism.
It's like the entry drug.
Yeah. So you're not going to take the chip, the internet chip for your brain?
Have you watched any of the Black Mirror television shows?
Oh,
shut the fuck up,
God, yes. The second one is my favorite. The one where they wear all black and it's like a dystopian future where they're all connected to their screens, and they do that mock American, what is it called? One of those singing talent shows is going on.
Yeah, and they actually have to earn money by powering the
the bicycle.
System. The system that holds them down. They have to power.
Yeah, it's such a it's a dark show. It's really dark.
Yeah, they even get into
that. And I feel that we're for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean we've already been doing it, and maybe it hasn't been digital, but we've always been a part of that system.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Where we're feeding our own demise, we're told to work, 40 hours a week, and we get sick because we don't have time to eat well or grow our own food or do all of this stuff, and then by the time that we're no longer able to work, or we've reached that pinnacle where we don't have to work, all of our money goes into our health because we've been disregarding our health for so long.
Yeah, that's one of the main issues of eugenics.
Yep.
That's all this is. This poor diet, fluoride in the water, high carb diet, demonizing fat, telling us it's bad for us. That's a eugenics program, and that's why I say this is all manufactured. They've done this on purpose.
I think it's really interesting how people tend to get cancer right around the age of retirement.
Right.
I know it's not always the case, but I don't know. I almost get suspicious. I obviously have no proof that, but like maybe they have some sort of time-released cancer mechanism that they inject into us in the vaccines or something, and sometimes it goes wrong and people get cancer early. And I don't know.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Batman? The first one with Michael Keaton?
Yeah. You're talking about how when each of he puts poison in the makeup, but it's like not poisonous unless you combine like lipstick and eyeliner or something like that.
Exactly. So what if, I mean, this is all supposition and tripping out, but what if they had an agent that they could trigger in, like, let's say the water supply, where they're like, oh shit, time to release this agent in the air or whatever. And that's going to trigger these events that's going to cause people who've been taking all this shit for the last 30 years, who are now 55, 65, whatever, to grow these tumors and shit.
Or it could zombify them. Something like interacts with the fluoride in the water and something in their food. And
yeah, I mean, I'm not a total conspiratard and paranoia freak, but I mean, what if? Just what if? Because I lost 4 family members in the relatively same age and location last year, in the last 6 months of last year. It's just, and they all had cancer. It's all fucking cancer.
Well, cancer, it's frustrating because when you learn really how easy it is to fix, and you see to the lengths that they go in order to keep this information quiet. There's several holistic doctors that have been killed in America. I know there's been 11 here in Florida over the past 2 years that have died with suspicious circumstances, and they were curing cancer with diet and water, alkaline water, and a ketogenic diet, and just it reverses it because your acidic level of your body is what allows the tumors to grow, and you keep feeding it sugar. Glucose is the only thing that the cancer cells can thrive on. If you deprive yourself of glucose and you switch to ketones and then you put alkaline water in your body, it reverses it. It completely brings it back into its normal. Because what the cancers are is an overgrowth of what's called candida. We have a particular parasite, I guess you could call it, that exists in our body, that's in our stomachs mainly in order to digest food. It's a symbiotic thing. All human beings have this. And if you feed it and it overgrows, that's what cancer is. Candida overgrowth is cancer. So they don't want the public knowing. Look at how many billions of dollars are put into cancer research, cancer treatments, and then with the way that they deal with it, with radiation and chemo, they're essentially killing the people slowly, and it's really dark.
Yeah, my mom's in chemo right now, and even on like the pamphlet that they give you, shit to expect and whatever, on the very back page is like super fine print, and it talks about like all of the side effects and stuff. And one of the side effects of chemo is cancer.
Yeah,
it's thyroid gland cancer. It's like, what the fuck?
Listen, I don't know you in your family, but I didn't realize this was going on with your mother. I'm not giving you any medical advice. I'm giving you a tip to look into something. Honestly, I would look into the ketogenic diet and alkaline water. I know everybody wants to say they have an answer to this, or especially in the conspiracy crowd, but from all my research, and there's plenty of peer-reviewed studies that I could point you to. NCBI.gov has 50 to 100 different reviewed papers on the effectiveness of a ketogenic diet in reversing cancer issues. And even Ed, his father, upside down head, his father had it 3 years ago, and he went on a high-fat, zero-carb diet with no sugar and alkaline water, and he cured it. He had throat cancer.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's just something to look at. I'm not, like I said, I'm not giving medical advice. I just think that it's worth looking at.
Yeah, I've talked
and
to her about.
It's very easy.
I talked to her about alternatives and stuff like that, and she dug into it, but she ran across spirit healers and Japanese tiger dick therapy and all sorts of crap. So she just went with the white coats, and yeah. I'm like, all right. So I don't know if she'd be open to it. She's got 4 weeks left in her second round.
Wow. Well, I mean, it's something you can do additionally. It's not, it's not something you do. You stop one thing, do another. It's just remove sugar and bread and pastas from your diet and start eating more fat. Just any avocados and coconut oil on everything, and butter. Just as much fat as you can get. And you're not giving your body the glucose that the cancer cells feed on. And it's at least worth mentioning.
Yeah, I think I will.
Yeah. It's crazy that many people. What part of the country are they from?
Midwest, Kansas.
Jeez.
Yeah, all four of them, man. Let's see, my uncle, COPD. My aunt, she had lung cancer. My other aunt, she had some thyroid cancer. And then And my grandma, she had dementia.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was a fucked up year, man.
Yeah, it's hard to go through, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing, people want to poo-poo religion and shit. And, if it's an empty, gesture for me to think that, it's all good at the end, I mean, then call me stupid. I'd rather be stupid and have some sort of, not hope, but, peace, I guess you could say. It gives me a little peace.
Yeah, for sure. I get that. There's some big questions that we don't really address every day in humanity.
Yeah, and it's weird that it's almost like it's so rampant that it's almost like expected, so it doesn't affect people like it used to,
What exactly?
Well, cancer in particular. I mean, when I was a kid, my uncle died of. He was a great uncle, and he was like, in his late 80s, and you just didn't hear people dying of cancer as much as you did of just being old and shit.
Oh yeah, it's an epidemic. Over the past 40 years since they took us off, when they put us on a high carb diet, is essentially when it began. So it's like 1973 when they started selling low fat everything, and they pushed this meme within from the USDA. They gave us that food pyramid, with fats at the very top of it and carbohydrates at the very bottom of it, saying to get 6 servings a day of carbohydrates. And then you see a ramp up of the pharmaceutical industry, being, because that's what it does. It just it fills up the pharmaceutical industry, and there's so many ways that they treat things, and they don't ever cure anything. There's no financial gain in that, and they don't even know they're doing it. It's just the way the institution is at this point. Profits over people, and the insurance company gives like a carte blanche for doctors to not care, because they could charge $150,000 for a particular minor surgery, and you're paying $80 a month for your insurance, but the insurance company is going to pay out. So there's always a guarantee for the money. So I just think that's what the biggest problem is right now, is just it's institutionalized, and nobody knows the right answer when it comes to fixing it. Doctors will try to say eat better, but they're not telling you what's better and what's not.
Yeah, and the whole food pyramid was invented by a lawyer, not actually a nutritionist or anything like that.
Yeah, well, it was originally the idea, not the idea of the pyramid itself, but it came from a doctor named Ansel Keys. Ansel Keys was the doctor that the USDA hired in order to figure out, what eating standards that they should do, and he concluded that it was fat that was giving people heart disease. And his findings were fraudulent, and he's been exposed that what he did was, you can look up on Wikipedia, that his information was false. He frauded it. So they took that information and they made the food pyramid with it. And come on, it's a pyramid.
Yeah, no shit.
Fucking Illuminati confirmed. It's frustrating, because that is when, and then that's also the rise of dementia, of Alzheimer's, of neurological disorders. Of course, also we see a ton of mental disorders like autism and bipolar, all of this stuff. And personally, I nail it down to this issue solely. The vaccines could be affecting us in a specific way, but I think diet is what the biggest cause of the problems is. But it's hard for people to, because everybody thinks they're right. When it comes to your diet, you're old enough and you've thought about it enough to be pretty confident that you feel good when you eat. You don't think you're harming yourself for the most part. Most people think they're right and they treat it like a religion. If you go, and I came up and told you, hey, sugar is poisonous and you shouldn't be eating these things. Well, you're going to lash back out most of the time, or you're just going to ignore. It's like a cognitive dissonance. If I come up and say sugar is poison and fat is healthy for you, well, that's the opposite of what you've been indoctrinated with. And I found it very difficult. A lot of people have this cognitive dissonance when it comes to this diet topic when I talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, people get mad when you tell them they're, taking a shower wrong. You know what I mean? People don't like to be wrong, regardless, especially if it's something that they've been doing for countless years,
Yeah.
And just like cardio, cardio isn't all that great for you.
Oh, it's terrible. You're wearing yourself down. And they also tell you to eat less calories than you expend. That is called a starvation diet. And when you're running yourself on a treadmill after eating less fuel than your body needs to expend, well, what are you doing? You're hurting yourself. They do this on purpose. They make this to be what works. And on that starvation diet, you're not supposed to lose more than 8 to 10 pounds a month. It's very unhealthy to do so. But when I was on the ketogenic diet, I lost 40 pounds in the first month. No bullshit.
Yeah, that's great.
And that's because your body corrects itself when it gets the right way of eating, which dude, just all everybody has to do is remove carbs and sugar from the diet. It's it. And it's simple. The fat just kind of melts off. Some of that was water weight. I probably lost a good 25 pounds, I'd say, of actual fat, though, 25. But yeah, your body is perfect. Think about it. Go look at a deer or, an animal that would be out without the human hand around. Have you ever seen a deer with diabetes? You ever seen a tiger, an obese tiger? This creation is absolutely immaculate. And so are we, except we've been given the wrong information on how to take care of our body. We've been tricked as to how the body works. And we've believed the white coats. And it's a eugenics program. I really think that.
Yeah, I think I agree, man. And it's it's the discipline and the self gratification or instant gratification and all these other things that are kind of pre-programmed into our society that enable that poor diet.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's and then the convenience of all the garbage as opposed to, like you go to any convenience store or any, you need something quick, you're going to find nothing but sugar covered garbage. And it's hell. In Tampa, I noticed that when I would go into the lower economic areas, like some people call it ghetto or black community areas, even the Spanish community areas, and they would have no diet sodas, no diet drinks, and just filled with the worst shit like honey buns and all of that kind of foodstuffs, little Debbie's and shit. That's all they have. And when you're growing up and you live down the street from that and you just want to go to the store and get a nice treat or whatever, you're not going to have any options whatsoever. And I think that's been slightly manufactured in some way. And
Yes.
at this point it's ignorance. I think it's not a big conspiracy at this point. It's more like the ignorance because we've been bred this way.
I think it's willful, man, to a point.
No, people don't know that sugar is bad. Oh, you think? Oh, I see what you mean. You're saying willful on the the behalf of the controllers, so to speak. Yeah, I think it's intentful too, but I think that that was, they only had to set it in motion. All it takes is one generation to confuse humanity. You know what I mean? Like that generation then becomes the teachers, and then they're teaching wrong information. So you tell them that the body works like it's calories in, calories out. You got to eat less, then you expend, and you'll lose weight if you do that. Now, don't eat fat. Fat is the most unhealthy thing you get in your body. You're gonna get a heart attack. Oh, let's also get rid of salt. Can't have any salt. It's really bad for your heart, I promise. And just eat a lot of carbs. Carbs are great. Eat six servings of carbs a day. They're fantastic for you. You're getting glucose. You're getting energy out of it. That's the paradigm that we've been sold, right? Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, and then they have the good carbs and the bad carbs, and all this confusing shit.
Sure, but that's what we heard growing up. That's what the food pyramid put forth. This is what the mainstream news and media put forth. And have you noticed that nobody knows how to lose weight? You know, there's all these weight loss systems and all these weight loss programs and all these pills to do it. Have you noticed that nobody knows how to do it? It's only the rare few who might have, gotten lucky or whatever. They try to make it out to be. But the point is that's confusion done on purpose, as you said. So at one point, I think it was willful and intentful at a high level. But everybody's tricked now. So it kind of runs itself, It's sad, man.
Have you ever heard of war gardens?
No.
It was this weird, and I haven't dug a lot into it, but it was a government program where they promoted, this was during World War II, for people to have grow their own food. And they were called war gardens. And I can't remember the study that I saw.
Oh, Victory Gardens?
Yeah, that's it. Victory Gardens.
Yeah. Go on.
But
they promoted it. Yeah,
and they
World War I and II.
And it was used to it's the same thing as where my grandma, she would save every kind of aluminum. People they would have kids going out and picking up cans and metals and stuff like that to help support the war effort and shit. There's a big propaganda machine. And the Victory Gardens were interesting to me, and I didn't dig a lot into them, but I read some study that people were more healthy during this small time period, and that there was less illness, and not only that, less depression, less crime. And there's all these statistics that they trace back to these war gardens. And then I don't know what put the kibosh on it, but I haven't dug that deep into it.
They did. Convenience was being sold to the West at that point. McDonald's was popping up. At post-war, from World War II, you had a military-industrial complex that had nothing to make anymore. So these were all factories and industries and whatnot, where most of them, 90% of them, actually turned into other businesses, along the lines that they could produce. Then you had companies like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon. These guys stayed in business and cornered the market, so to speak. So all of a sudden, we were getting mass goods again. And I think that the convenience that was sold to the public, the space age future, it made it so that these people, TV dinners, that was actually a big thing. TV dinners was a very exciting thing in the 60s and 70s.
Oh yeah, that was a sign of prosperity.
Yeah. Now if I eat a Hungry Man, I'm gonna vomit. I can't stand that shit. But yeah, that used to be a big deal. And then convenience started coming up, restaurants everywhere, McDonald's and stuff like that. So I think they manufactured it. I personally, you've heard me say this before, but I think I think Germany won the war. I think the Nazis, this is a new type of government, a new type of fascism that they've crafted, where they've merged, the greatest minds of Germany with the greatest minds of America, put them in the military-industrial complex, put them all over the place, and they've created a new shadow government. And our government's just a puppet government, and it's probably the same for. It might be the same over in the UK. You know what I mean? Like the British, like everybody joined forces with Germany, and then we all came a new entity. So they keep our puppet government up, and that's the shadow government. But we have too many Nazi influences, and nobody talks about it. Project Paperclip wasn't just 20 Nazi scientists for NASA. It was 10,000 Nazi scientists and SS officers strewn all about the military-industrial complex. So that's what I think. I think that's what Kennedy got shot for.
Yeah,
I think it was the coup.
I find it interesting that a lot of these conspiracies and a lot of these thoughts, and I don't want to get into the paranoia mindset, but Project Fishbowl and fucking Project Philadelphia and all these things all happened in the mid 40s.
Well, actually it was 58 when Fishbowl occurred, I think. Let me make sure. But you're right, it happened in a very short period of time.
Yeah, it's like all
I get what you're saying.
Right after World War III, all these, or World War II, all these things started popping up. Like all these weird, like if you look at the 1800s and so forth, I mean, can you have anything of note, But as soon as like you got the atom bomb, you got dinosaurs, you got evolution, you got Einstein's theory of relativity. I mean, just all this stuff just happened at the same time, near the same time. And it all seems to be, byproduct of World War II. I find it just extremely interesting. The shit that's going on in Israel. I mean, just
1948. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But and you notice also the exploration of Antarctica. When Byrd went down there, the high jump was a massive, massive amount of ships and people went down there. And they were supposed to be down there for 6 months. And I think they were there for only 6 weeks. And then they bolted back to the States. And then they started firing nukes at the sky. And then NASA was formed within a 2-year period of that.
Yeah.
Oh, and then also the treaty of the 58 countries.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at that, that gives you a context that there might be something that they've figured out or something that they found. And I think that's why they militarized space, and because it is, it was NASA was created from the Navy and the Air Force and the DoD. Originally, that's what it was, and they had several other programs running at the time. I think the Air Force had its own program, but it was the public face of the military-industrial complex. They got public funding for their ICBM program and public support.
Yeah, I mean, even think about like the weird shit, like you got Tesla, right? All during the same time period. You have Aleister Crowley, all during the same time period.
Yep.
I mean, all this weird shit happens.
Jack Parsons is roommates with Aleister Crowley, and he's the one who created JPL, which is who created NASA.
Right?
And L. Ron Hubbard, too. They were all roommates at one point.
Yeah, when did the stock market, the Federal Reserve, when did Social Security happen?
1913. Yeah, there was a lot of accelerations during this time frame.
Yeah, I mean, didn't we go off of the gold standard in the
1913, I believe. Well, fully, we went off fully with Nixon, I think. But another little factoid: all of the moon missions, every single one of them, all 6 of them, happened during the Nixon administration.
That's interesting.
Isn't it? No, we don't ever kind of point that fact out, but They all happened under Nixon. Nixon was such a great guy, great and honest guy too.
Yeah. I find it interesting too, you know, that JFK's vice president.
Yeah, Johnson.
Yeah, he was what? He used to be the governor or some shit of Texas, where he got fucking shot. You know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's just all this weird shit, and again, I enjoyed discussing all of the ins and outs and the theories and so forth. But yeah, once you realize that, and I don't like going to the they because it's so ghostly and ominous sounding. But yeah, I don't know if there's like, you know, 5 people pulling the strings or not.
I would say it's a network of entities and groups, and I personally do think it does go back to Rome. I think what the Vatican has created for themselves, they look innocuous. They look, oh, we're just the Catholic Church, we're just the Vatican. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, the Jesuits are their military arm, and if you look at the influence that the Jesuits have on currently, even there are 33 Jesuit trained Catholic men who are advising Trump right now. They came on his team on September 22nd. You should go look at the article. They even say it like that. And if you look at, there's 7 Jesuit trained men who are with Obama right now, and Biden is a Jesuit trained Catholic. You have the new guy, Pence, is a Jesuit trained. And when I say Jesuit trained, I mean the colleges like Georgetown. I can't remember some off the top of my head, but these are Jesuit colleges where they have their own little secret societies and fraternities and whatnot. So I think that all roads lead to Rome. But you always have all of these different entities, like Freemasons are operating, Zionist Jews are operating. You know, all of there's this Hegelian science being played against the population, and I think it's they are directing us to a one world system, and that's what I think Trump is there for, personally. But the Germans, I think they when World War II happened, I think they merged powers. I don't think that Germany lost. I mean, the country and the people of Germany lost, but the ideas behind it and the power that they had was not lost.
Yeah,
That was just
I still think that this is just my own ponderings, is that the Roman Empire never fell.
Exactly. That's why, yeah, I pointed that out. All roads lead to Rome.
Yeah.
The fuck? What was that?
That was Timmy.
He was shouting.
He's at a rave.
Ooh, oh, Timmy's here. But yeah, I think that there's you know, that's what's going on. It's a shadow government, and I think it's a different entity than what we've seen before. You know, you have the intelligence agencies that operate with different laws. They're above the law. You know, the CIA can get rid of, you know, can do anything they want. There's been 30 coups in other countries, all done by our CIA. You have Mossad. You have, you know, this level of manipulation and control that the population doesn't really want to think about. So it is what it is. It's just there, and people need to be a little bit more keen to it.
Yeah, man, it's just and this is where I get with, like, where I agree with Tim on it, is with, like, you know, you knowing is cool, but you know, you still got to work within the system to try to, you know, squeeze out a little bit of joy while you're on this shitty planet, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, really, what can you do if all that shit is true? And I'm not saying it is or isn't, but you know,
Then what? Yeah.
And what
Yeah,
what are you?
I think knowing is important though, and that is a process. And I just don't think you can actually wake people up now.
No.
I kind of agree with John LeBon on this, that it's something that they have to want and they have to be seeking themselves. Now, it's good that the information's out there, but don't go around screaming, "Oh, that was an inside job," with banners and shit. You're not going to convince somebody on the street that it was. It's not like they've never seen that before.
Hmm.
They're just going to call you a conspiracy nut at that point. So people have to wake up, quote unquote, on their own accord. But you're right. Once you have the information, then what? I mean, I don't know. Go to South America and you know hang out down there.
Oh, I've ran through every scenario in my mind, and none of them you win. Just none of them. The only one is that you get by. I mean, let's pretend that you know you were able to avoid this so-called FEMA camp and all this stuff, and you live in the woods, and you make your way because you got your water and your solar panels and your guns and bullets and all this shit. Well, that's cool. You still get to live, but they're just going to burn the fucking forest down. I mean, if they want to get you, they're going to get you.
Well,
So,
sure. That's what. Remember, Ian. That was his major argument. That at the end of the day, all politics is managed with the barrel of a gun. You can, at the end of the day, force has always been what's been used in this, this existence. Look at it historically.
mhm.
But so you are right. What I think to be winning would be literally go to South America, buy some land, and stay away from the empire. Stay away from the because this is an empire. That's what we're doing out in the Middle East. We're expanding that empire, and it's now corporatism mixed with, and that's what Mussolini said is the more accurate description of fascism. He said it's just corporatism working hand in hand with government, and that's what we have. So I think that we're already there. There's no new world order coming. The new world order's here, and
Yeah.
it's been here. It's just changing. World War I and World War II, and Korean War and Vietnam, and even the Middle East wars. This is called trauma-based mind control. That's what it is. The entire world is being influenced by this trauma-based mind control, and it is what it is. Like they came in early with it. World War One was right when we were getting electricity, right when there was a possible utopia on the rise. People were just men on the land with their farms and their families, and the promise of electricity and all of these things were glowing. And then what did they do? World War One, 30 million people dead. Then what? So that people come back and they start growing their families again, and they have these nice things, and their kids grow up, and their kids are about 18 years old. World War Two, kill all the kids. They killed, I think it was like 80 million people in World War Two. These numbers are staggering. Nowhere in human history has more people been killed in such a short period of time. And we want to sit here and say that we're civilized. That our country, that our world is reasonable in some way. Vietnam, there's 2.5 million Vietnamese dead, 68,000 Americans. And then recently there's 2.5 million brown people dead in the Middle East since 9/11 happened. So I think that this is all done on purpose. It's all manufactured. It's population control mixed with, finances, their military industrial complex. Every bomb that gets dropped.
Yeah, but that's the story of humanity from day one, though, Cathexsis. Conflict.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm trying to point out. Yeah.
So that
absolutely.
takes your premise that it's prearranged. Doesn't make sense.
No. Let's not jump to a bunch of conclusions. I'm just speaking about this past 100 years, because it's not something we pause and take note of very much.
Yeah, but the only thing that's different that's changed in the last 100 years is that we've learned to kill quicker and faster. That's all.
And more people,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly, because of the weapons that are involved. But if you go back all the way
Absolutely.
through history, there's loads of history of conflict all the way through.
Oh, absolutely. And you don't think there is some hidden hand behind those conflicts, like the weapon manufacturers or financial gain or population control? You don't think that might be some men at the top deciding that that's the way to do it? Why else are wars really fought? I don't dislike the Syrian people. I have no enemies in Syria. I don't. This is what they do to us: is they rally around nationalism and jingoism, and they make you think you have enemies in these far off places.
Well, Syria could be argued that war's been agitated and it's been started for a reason, or it could be,
Mm-hmm.
it could be the same as many other places in the area around that time that they're sick to death of their governments. But unlike the West, they can't just vote people in. They have to do it a different way. I mean, like Tunisia, that went completely different, didn't it? Apart from the terrorist acts that's happened in there recently. But as the actual process of getting rid of the actual government, it was in fact, I think it was the most peaceful one out of the lot. But the rest of them, like a lot of them went violent, didn't they? Egypt went violent. Syria went violent. I mean, it's obvious when a war starts that there's going to be people that are going to benefit from that war. And obviously they've got an iron in the fire, haven't they?
Well, yeah, and my argument
I
is
fully
that
agree with you there, and
yeah,
it'd be wise if you had money to invest in a company that say, for instance, their profit was war.
Yeah,
because there's always somewhere around the world there's wars happening, aren't there?
Yeah, Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon, these companies
well,
are.
Yeah, of course, but that's just, I mean, if you take the moral implications out of the argument, then it makes good business sense, doesn't it, Cathexsis?
Of course it does.
Well then, so
of course
obviously, if you take the moral side into the argument, then I think it's a disgusting trade to be in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Killing people. Like at the moment, there's a big argument in the government, well, in the press and in England at the moment, because the government have been supplying Saudi Arabia with weapons for many years now, and those weapons are being used against civilians. And one of the weapons that they're using is cluster bombs. Cluster bombs have been banned in international law.
Yeah.
But because Saudi Arabia is a country that doesn't, pay attention
they get away with everything.
International law, they're using weapons that are illegal. But like, what's outrageous about it is the government is still selling them weapons when there's reporters out there, and I think the Red Cross have done a report where they've got bombs with like "Made in England" on them. Well, not made in England, but they've got the England name of the company.
Sure.
Like every bit of ammunition is like large ammunition has got numbers on it, which could be traced back to where they come from. So,
and this is why I think it's so important to understand the history of who's really behind these wars. Is you'll find the Rothschild family being the one who typically owns the weapons manufacturer. I'm talking about a while back ago, 150 years ago, and you'll find specific bloodlines that are the ones who own the banks and who own the weapons manufacturing. So
blah blah blah. How you doing, Kathy?
What's up, man? I was wondering if you were gonna jump in here. So what I'm saying is, you look at a family like Rothschild, who owns the banks and partially some of the weapons manufacturing. They win no matter who loses. They have to loan the countries money for the war. They have to get the weapons created for both sides. And you look at companies like Ford, IBM, Volkswagen. These were companies that were working for both sides of Germany and America. They were selling, equipment and things. So in a situation like that, both sides, it doesn't matter who loses at that point. You're still going to make your money off it. So the whole profits over people is the problem with capitalism, and everything's just set up for these men to make the money off of the death of our children.
Yeah, but don't you find
Is
it?
that an assertion, or can you actually prove that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is because just because they're profiteering from war doesn't mean they're actually,
Intentionally
controlling it.
doing it.
Yeah.
Well, I
That's
think at
what I
some
mean.
level,
A lot of them companies, they leave their morals at the door, don't they? Because they're obviously dealing in death,
yeah,
and whereas a normal person might say, well, I'm not going to sell them guns or arms to that country because they're using it for this or that.
yeah,
Where other people say, fuck it, once it's been sold and it's out of our hands, who are we to
yeah.
decide what's right and what's wrong?
That's true.
But I mean, that's life all the way through, though, Cathexis. I mean, since day one history, there's always been families in charge. There's
Well,
always been
sure.
people. There's always been the haves and the have-nots.
But you don't think that there are people who may choose to intentionally have wars created or manufactured in order to for not only a profit motive but also geopolitical motive
Yeah,
and also
maybe regional wars. Yeah, I could fully agree with that, but not world wars. I don't think world wars.
no,
Not
that's fair.
recent
That's
world
fair.
wars.
I mean, there's some arguments to be made for World War One. But so let's take a catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor, like 9/11. Okay. Now I know your stance on 9/11, so I'm going to ask you, Timmy, who seemed to have been disagreeing with me a moment
You're
ago.
gonna have to wait because Timmy's left, or he's
Timmy
lagged out,
left.
or whatever.
Well, then we'll just go forward with it. So that's what they needed to get themselves geopolitically into that region of the world was a catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. And then 9/11 happens, and you know the history. Okay. We've been there for 16 years. America and the UK. And
Yeah, but
several other.
if you got any evidence that says that your country, because I mean I'm speaking for your country, not my own, but because it's 9/11, so it's happened in your yard. But have you got any evidence that apart from Afghanistan, that they wanted to go in any other country in 2001?
Yes, actually, I do. Wesley Clark has a famous interview where he says that he personally saw the report on how to go into 7 countries: Libya, Syria, all of Iraq and Afghanistan. It was drawn up before 9/11 had occurred, and he said on numerous occasions that the Bush administration, people that he was dealing with, and he's a 5-star general. He, there's no reason for him to lie about this. And there is evidence that they did have this stuff drawn up. Just like the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was already there on the books. All they did was rename it from a different act, and they passed it damn near the next day after 9/11. So there is evidence that this has been contrived, in my opinion.
See, I don't think they'd need an excuse if they wanted to go in, they'd go in. Personally,
well, of course, but
they might feed you a load of bollocks to get you in there, because at the end of the day, I mean, they do what they want to do anyway half the time, especially on major decisions.
Yeah, and look, I'm with you, but to say that there is not such a thing as powerful men getting together and trying to change the course of history is naive.
No,
It's foolish.
I never said that. I never said that. I agree.
Well, that's what a conspiracy
no,
is.
I agree that through history there's bound to have been groups of men that have conspired to change certain aspects of say a worldwide event or a local event for their own benefits. I fully admit that. But where I draw the line is I can't see anyone, a government, doing that and killing its own citizens in the hundreds of thousands, well, thousands, not hundreds of thousands. I mean,
Yeah,
hundreds to thousands.
I get where you're coming from. It's too
But
horrifying.
what if these
but-
people actually don't care about the citizens? You know, what
Yeah,
if
but they
they're
have
void?
to care. They have to care because unless you're
They
saying,
don't, Mark.
unless, no, hold up. They've got to care, right? Because if you're saying that, because with a democracy, it's the citizens that put them there. Whether you agree with that or whether you don't, that's another argument. But I'm saying with a democracy like the UK, they're put there by the public, so they have to care about how the public think about them. If you're saying that they don't make no difference, then why would they even have to make up a story? They could just do what they wanted. They wouldn't have to worry about it. The reason they make these stories up is so it's plausible for when they do go into these countries. So my point is, I can't see a government willingly killing. All right, it might kill. Say, for instance, it knew that a couple of its citizens were going to get killed, and there was something they could do, but they didn't do it because it would cause, major reverberations or something that stopped them doing it, and they willfully decided not to help them couple of citizens or maybe 100 citizens, and those citizens were killed. I could fully jump on board with something like that, but I can't jump on board with a government willingly killing thousands of innocent people, not selected people, i.e., someone like a soldier, like letting 1,000 or 3,000 American soldiers die unnecessarily just so they could start a war. Then that I could jump on board with, but not to just kill citizens of their own country that are innocent, just going about their day-to-day jobs. They don't know who was going to be in the buildings. They didn't know nothing. So they was just willfully killing thousands of innocent people. And I just can't make that connection. I can follow you all the way down the road, but just not to that last swing. I just can't go there, man. The repercussions, I think, would just be too great if it ever got found out.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it has been found out. It's just not accepted in the mainstream. And unfortunately, I disagree with you. I think that it's very likely. If you look at what with Hitler, Hitler burned down the Reichstag himself to give him a reason to go into Poland.
Well, I mean,
it was his men that did it.
Yeah, I've seen evidence on that, but there's no hard evidence on that. There was evidence that I don't know that Hitler started he dressed up.
Well, he blamed it on Polish terrorists.
Yeah, he dressed up.
And it gave him.
He dressed up some of his soldiers in Polish uniforms, and then attacked one of his outposts on the border, and claimed that it was Polish soldiers that attacked him, and that's why he went into parts of Poland. But yeah, I'm fully aware of that. You know what I mean? But I'm talking about thousands of innocent people, Kath. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't think it matters to the people who make these decisions. Personally, they've killed more than 2.5.
If they was that ruthless, they wouldn't give a fuck about doing anything they wanted. Then would they? They wouldn't need a reason to go in any country. If they wanted to go somewhere, they just go
have
there.
Parameters in order to get public support.
Yeah, but why would they need public support? You just said they don't care. If they don't care about the public,
No, I'm saying they don't care about life.
Well, so you're saying they don't care about innocent public life, but they care about what the public think about them. That don't make any sense.
Yeah, because how else are they going to retain their power and stay
exactly. So they wouldn't want to hurt the people just in case. It came out. Because if it came out,
okay, we disagree.
It'd be fucking mayhem.
You and I have a fundamental disagreement about the nature of humanity, and that's all it is.
They can't create a situation where potentially the public are going to become aware of how unscrupulous and evil they are, to the point where they're going to assemble and overthrow them in masses.
So they kill 3,000 of them, and you're telling me that they're that sloppy that there's now people talking about them doing that, and that don't make any sense to any rational person. That doesn't make one bit of sense. They can't not care about the public that much to kill 3,000 of them innocently, and then you're saying the next breath they're saying they do care about what the public want because the public give them the power. It doesn't make any sense to any rational person.
Like I said, we differ on humanity and like the nature of it. You know,
No,
think that
Kath. I know that. I know humanity. I know the dark sides of humanity. I've seen the dark sides of humanity, Kath. I know people can be fucking evil as fuck, and they don't give a two fucks. But to collectively get people, and I'm not just on about, if it was just one or two, then maybe you might be able to persuade me. But to collectively get thousands of people the same way that you are, that to just kill innocent people, I just can't. I just can't agree with that.
you ever heard of the term collateral damage
Yes, of course I have.
or attrition?
Yes.
That's it. That's it. Right there.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all, Kath.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not trying to convince you.
if
I'm
they're
just
ruthless
giving my
enough to kill
perspective.
3,000, if they're ruthless enough to kill 3,000 of their innocent citizens just to go into a country, then they could have done it. They could have done it 101 different other ways.
But you're making a lot of assumptions. You know what I'm
So
saying?
are
Like,
you.
well, sure, but I'm trying to point to one specific thing. You're saying it could have been this, could have been that, could have been this. Why didn't they
No,
do it like
like I
that? Why
said, I
didn't they
could
do it
go all
like
the way
that?
down the road with you
The fact
with the
is 9/11.
conspiracy.
But Mark, the fact is 9/11 happened. These anomalies exist. Okay, NORAD stood down. You look at the people who were in power at the time. These are the same people that wrote that Project for a New
But they
American
didn't
Century
stand down,
document.
though, Kath. They didn't stand down. They were sent where they were usually expecting a threat to come from. That's what I'm saying to you. Up until 2001.
No.
Up until 2001.
Dick Cheney told NORAD to stand down. He was in the NORAD
All right,
bunker.
so what are the tapes then they released then of the defense system
You just go into
scrambling jets? What's that then? And what are the pictures of the jets above New York about an hour after it happened? That the cameras, the newsmen filmed them. Why are they up then? And if NORAD stood down, which is your defense system, why is there F-16s and F-15s in the air above New York?
They were running specific operations that day. You know that, right? There were 9 different battle group
you give me an
operations.
article I couldn't find anywhere else apart from that website that listed that, Kath. I read the articles,
Yeah, you did?
and I looked as well at every other bit of information I could find, and I couldn't find it in anywhere else.
Okay. It was in the commission report.
Well, I couldn't find it. I asked you to link it, but I'll look at it again. But all I'm saying to you, Kath, is NORAD didn't stand down because there was jets in the air. There was jets in the air in New York. Those filmed by the actual cameras that were filming the 9/11.
Okay.
So NORAD, unless they were people that just members of the public that have got their own F-15s and F-16s, which according to the reports that every plane had been grounded, then there was a no-fly zone over New York, then that don't make any sense either.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And they released tapes of the air command. I can't remember the name of it exactly. Talking to fighter pilots about going what vector to go at. They had no idea where the planes were. They was confused.
Yeah, they kept saying, is this real time or is this simulation?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's just sheer incompetence. That's just sheer incompetence, Kath. That's all that is. That's up until 2001. No one had ever dreamed of something like that happening. Every other time a terrorist that took a plane up till 2001, it was they had a bomb on board and the plane was flown somewhere, landed, then the demands were made. And if the demands weren't met, the planes were blown up, or sometimes they were just blown up anyway. You know what I mean?
So, look, Mark,
one in Entebbe.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not. I'm telling you my perspective from everything that I've looked at. I personally think that it's evidence of a higher level of fuckery, something that the government, not the government, but elements within our government had committed this act against us. Most likely, I think the administration had a lot to do with it. Dick Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz. These guys are the architects of it, in my opinion. So we just disagree. But I hate to do it, but I got to step away for a moment. I'm eating right now, so I won't leave here, but I'll be back. So talk amongst yourself, gentlemen.
It's quite late here as well. I might chip off myself. It's 10 to 4 in the morning, man.
Okay, doke.
I'll catch you later, guys.
Cheers, Mark.
Looks like we ran everyone away.
Yeah, everybody's gone, I'm afraid.
That's weird. What a terrible host Jeremy is.
I think he must be asleep.
It's his dinner party. Yeah, I'm still kind of eating. What time is it there?
It's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done.
Okay, doke.
Yeah, unless you want to talk about something. It's late for you.
No, I'm good, man. I don't think anybody else is going to join. So
Yeah, I guess so. Well, good seeing you.
Spec said he was going to fire one up later on anyway, so that could take over this one for people who still want to talk. So
Yeah.
there's plenty.
Okay. Yeah, I might. It's early, man. It's 11 for me, so I might be up for. I'll go see what Spec's doing, and then hit you up if there's a new one.
Yeah, my sleeping pattern's a bit weird at the moment, so.
Yeah. What time are you getting to bed usually right now?
Anywhere between, well, it depends really. I just sleep when I'm really tired, but I have trouble sleeping anyway.
Yeah.
I don't like taking any kind of medication for it, so I try to tire myself out as much as I can mentally, and then I sleep then. So.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It's usually what it is for me. And I think that if the days were 28-hour days, I think I would probably do much better. But what happens to me is like, I'll say I wake up at 9, I'll stay up all night, well, all day, and then all through the night. And let's say I go to bed at 2 a.m. Next day I'll wake up at 9. Well, what happens is it keeps getting pushed out more and more and more and more. And like now I'm going to bed at 4 lately, waking up at 10. But so I mean, like it keeps getting pushed back more and more and more. And then there'll be days where I can stay up until 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm fucked for real. At that point, I gotta like skip a day just so that I can get back into the swing of things. Anyways, yeah, I hope it. Yeah, well, I might see you a little bit later. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off right now. I'll hit you up if he starts another one.
Okay, cool. Take care, man.
All right, man. You too.
Cheers. Bye.
Who goes here? Who goes there? Hello? Anybody home? Knock knock. Trick or treat. Hello? The silent type. I see.
I might just snipe you, man. Might as well.
Alright guys, Tim Osman here. I'm going green. I'm actually being eco-friendly to bandwidth. So I just went ahead and removed Gem Panda from this transmission so that we can free up a few hours of bandwidth that would, unnecessarily be used. So I do have about 4 minutes and 43 seconds left, so I might as well go talk to you. Anyway, guys, I hope you're having a great time listening to me. I did just come on and start talking to you, so, you do still have about 4 minutes and 20 seconds with me. So, I mean, we can keep going, here, now that I'm here. But now that, of course, that I did remove Gem Panda due to the eco-friendliness that I have now employed, you know. Oh, by the way, all the people in the chat, you're all a bunch of chat trolls. Hey, go check my new video. It's the secret Jeranism video, number 2, right? So just look up Kettle Logic, and then you'll see this icon, most likely. Looks like a heart and a smiley face. It's a great name. I mean, guess they let you pretty much name anything down here. Just fucking whatever, Must be by like region or something, so I might create some like interesting names or something. But I'll have to look into it. But anyway, guys, I think I have about 2.5 more minutes as my Hangouts on Air detector in my head is telling me. I have become very good at this because, I do get on the Flat Earth meme Hangouts and let them know. That would actually as well be on my channel if you'd like to go and check it out. It's quite nice. The Dell one where he has a black hat on, it's like a top hat, and it says clown in red on it. That's a pretty good video because this guy was just slandering me, and I happened to just kind of sneak in the back door and basically remove him right before, he got too out of hand. So anyway, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Validation boy, just the next day, I made a video saying, don't talk shit about me, and not expect me to do anything. Give me a break, man. Come on! But like, it's just, I don't really understand why these people don't understand where I'm coming from. I am good guy. Like, like, where do you get off not thinking that I am good guy? Like, I've tried to help so many fucking people, and there has been a lot of people that I have helped out, you know what I'm saying? So I think my Hangouts on Air, I mean, it's got to be less than 1 minute, guys. So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna sweet talk you until, the very bittersweet end of my voice, stopping, coming through this transmission. Because, of course, I had to end it, as I've said before, about the eco-friendliness that I have now employed. Unnecessary bandwidth. I mean, come on, guys. Seriously. But anyway, that Cathexis guy, I would watch out for him. He is a snake in the grass. He is a enemy humanity, guys. I mean, let's get truthful with it. He is an enemy to humanity. So, anyway, now that you know that, just watch that snake in the grass because, he's here just to deceive. Anyway, I think it's about that time. Timmy Osman out.